time I'm actually going to be starting MSQ. I've gone to a little bit of a change of look, decided to like change my appearance a little bit since we're going to like a nice holiday location. I thought I should wear something a little bit more free. So here we go. Wajika Sunijika has a message for you. Welcome back, Elita. I've just heard word from Erenvel. It seems he's managed to secure passage to Toral aboard a guild ship vessel. Why don't you wait in the main hall while I go and inform your travel companions? It should only take a moment. Your next grand adventure begins, eh? Part 3 is playing, okay? Ojika gave us the good news. We've made ready to set sail at a moment's notice. The only one yet to arrive is Erenvel himself. Ah, you're all here. It took some persuasion, but the Gleaner's Guild ship has granted us places aboard a vessel bound for Toral. There'll be other passengers, researchers and artisans and the like, so we'll need to share deck space. That's fine, Erenvel. I doubt anyone expected we'd have a ship all to ourselves. They're not casting off just yet. So if you have any lingering concerns, now is the time to voice them. I wouldn't call it a concern, but everyone's still clear on what we're doing in Toral, yes? We've not forgotten. The nation of Toriole is in the midst of deciding its next ruler. As your chosen allies, we shall assist you during the rite of succession, and support your bid to become Dawn Servant. In addition to that, Alphino and I have another objective. As part of its reconstruction, Garlemald seeks ways to reconcile and re-engage with its neighbours. By visiting Toral, we hope to learn more about how its myriad cultures interact with one another, how they find common ground, develop stronger ties, the sort of insights that might help our friends in Ilsabard. But we'll pursue this goal in our own time. You can be assured that we'll give the contest all due attention. That's all I ask. Otherwise, you're welcome to do as you like. You wanted to find out about your grandfather, right, Kyle? Yes, as far as we could determine from the old missive I found, he had been tasked with investigating the Golden City by your father, the Dawn Servant. Yet, oddly enough, we have no record of that investigation in our archives, and nothing to explain the earring which accompanied the letter. Thus, for reasons both official and personal, I should very much like to get to the bottom of this mystery. I'm sure there'll be a chance to speak with Papa. You can get your answers right from the source. I look forward to meeting him. In any case, you're not the only one with an interest in the City of Gold. The Golden City is a children's bedtime story. I am part of this expedition only because the Third Promise has commanded that I serve as a guide. Still playing the part of the stoic servant, I see. What of you? Don't you dare tell me you've changed your mind. We won't make you Dawn servant by standing here and talking about it. Ha! A woman of action! Right then, if all are still committed to the journey, I say we make ready to depart. So was there anyone inside? Eager. We're not in danger of missing the boarding call, but perhaps we should be on our way as well. On we go, on another whirlwind adventure, over the seas, to roll. We go along on a little adventure with our friends.
Savoring the moment? I can feel your excitement, your eagerness to explore the unknown.
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Do not be so quick to relax. Though Tural may seem but a short sail away on a map, the vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have claimed countless vessels. Even following the safe route plotted by Admiral Guthishwin herself, this will be no pleasure cruise.
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough. Disappointingly so.
Either way, the two of you have first-hand experience, which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
Aye, it's nothing new to us.
All aboard! We're casting off!
It's time. I trust you have everything you need? And so does our ship cast off from the docks. We sail west, as Cattenram did some 80 years past, bound for the New World, known to her children as the continent of Tural.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me, Woklamat!
You got this. Damn, those eyes. Ooh.
Smooth sailing so far?
Aye, so far so good. But this sea, she's a fickle one. Calm one moment, blowing a gale the next.
I'll take my rest while I can then.
We left port what seems an age ago now, and we've seen naught but open water ahead. I knew Tural was far, but it's another thing to really know. Speaking of which, some of our fellow passengers have made this trip before. Several times, in fact. I was able to learn a few things about Tuliolal and the right of succession.
Oh?
Since we still have a long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself? I'm sure you have questions of your own. Did you look out across these same waters, Grandfather?
I can feel my edge starting to dull in these long sea voyages. I'd heard elephant bells looking for passage to Tulioli, so I managed to squeeze his party aboard one of our chartered vessels. As fortune would have it, we had just scheduled an expedition to Tural. I'm told this vessel has been equipped with a barrier generator to protect it from storms. A reassuring thought, though nevertheless I pray there will be no need for it. Did you want to make a wager? We're taking bets on who'll be sat next in the Dawn Servant's shiny chair. There are 4 claimants in the right of succession, your young Wukla being one of them, of course. But from a Marmol Jeb Bloke was telling us, the other 3 are all strong contenders. Not too many keen to risk their coin on the third promise. Wait, I recognise you. You're the champion of Eorzea. The third promise has you on our side, then that shifts the odds a fair bit. I might have to change my bet. An adventurer, I presume? I'm a merchant myself, based in Ulda. Speciality imports and exports Eorzean and Turiali both. If this is your first crossing the salt, as they say, do remember that the social mores of Eorzea are not necessarily the same as those of your yonder. Consider this, it is not uncommon for the various races to be referred to, instead of by names of certain clans, for the Murkoti, the Hereshero, the Hrothgar, the Xurbar, and not because of any member of a given clan is of the same race, mind, but because many individuals of said race are associated with that clan. A fair assumption in certain cases, but take care not to give offence. The goods that I'm bringing over on this trip are a rare sight to the Turali, so I expect to make a decent profit. The local merchants are an agreeable folk. No, I don't want to return to old Shad. What? I'm halfway across the sea. I want to go. That's just dumb. My story? Well, since you asked, I wanted to retrace the historic journey of the great Ketaram. You know, the first Eosian set foot on Tural, almost 80 years ago. The Marmalja's leader is said to have welcomed Ketaram with open arms, and sent him home with a bounty of silverware as a token of their friendship. But the real treasure was the crops he brought back. Potatoes, tomatoes, and corn, which spread across the Eorzea like wildfire. His grand adventure led to a culinary revolution. The tales say Ketaram returned to Tural several times after that, but his ship vanished during the last recorded voyage, and he was never heard from again. But even a seasoned explorer like him could meet such an end as a testimony to the ocean's power. Some parts of Tyrol are said to be remote, that not even the Ketaram made it to them. If I could explore those places, then perhaps I'll become even more famous than him.
I've seen you in Eorzea before. You great and famous hero. Yeah, I have enough of playing the simpleton. There was a time when we took great pains to maintain the deception, but with more of you Eorzeans coming to Tural, it's become impractical. Besides, my mercenary days are over. Too many of our warband have fallen, and so we head home to lick our wounds. I look forward to a long soak in the hot springs of Upagarka, and no complaints when I dance the bathing dance. Oh, this will be my first visit to Tural. Fadrunchi's the name. I was working at Ashram's Aesthetics in Ulda, you see, but my employment with them came to an end. That's why I visited Charlene, in the hopes of starting over. While I was attempting and failing to find a new job, I seized the chance to board this vessel, when I overheard room for another passenger had suddenly opened up. I'm told the Dawn Servant welcomes all, regardless of origin, and so Tulioli seems like a perfect place to begin new. Hopefully things will be better this time. I wonder what the city will be like. Let's see. Emote. Great estates. There we go. That's the perfect emote for this. Do not face the camera, face out. Did you learn anything of interest?
I hadn't heard that about the clan names. We should have Luclamat and Erenville teach us the ones we should know. Actually, it's getting a little bit chilly up here on deck. Let's gather in the cabin. Ooh, it's stormy. Oh, who's been at the wine?
We're in for a proper storm, it seems.
How's your stomach? Any better?
I don't know what you mean. I don't get seasick. I'm just feeling a little nauseous is all.
Isn't that what seasickness is?
Erenville, you were born in Tural, yes? Do many Vieira live there?
The Shatona, as my people are called, have settlements mainly in the north, in Shaktural.
And your family?
I know nothing of my father, not even his name. As for my mother...
Oh, my eyes!
Oh dear.
Only Elvis at watch! This wind's too strong to take any sound! I'm falling off the mast! We need help! Get him below decks first! Quickly! Before he's washed overboard!
Come, we should lend what aid we can.
I have not seen the ocean rage with such fury before or since. The heaving waves tossed our ship about like a toy, sending sailors tumbling. The dauntless Alizé, quick to the rescue, was almost lost to the sea herself. Meanwhile, our champion rushed to deploy the vessel's magical defenses, and thereby shield us from the lightning. What an extraordinary life she must lead to be able to operate such a device with practiced ease. Buklamat, too, threw herself into the rescue efforts, though one might have mistaken her for another soul in distress. By the time the unruly seas had calmed, our strength was all but spent, and we had yet to even glimpse the shores of Tural. In retrospect, of course, that battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
Morning. Joining us for some fresh air? Seems my belly has settled along with the weather, but I'll feel much better once we're on solid ground. Ugh. Can't be much farther now, can it?
We'll be fine.
Seabirds. Land must be near. You need only hold out a while longer.
For a dark moment, I thought the ocean might swallow us. Glad to have my pessimism proven wrong.
In other good news, I examined the sailor who took a fall, and he's faring well. I'm sure he'll make a full recovery.
Good news indeed. If all's well, then we needn't delay in launching the landing boat. Ships have to lower anchors some way from shore. Too close, and they risk having their underbellies ripped open by the reefs that crowd Tuliola's coasts. Come.
Thanks for bringing us all this way.
Ha! We only did what we were paid to do. Couldn't hardly set you adrift halfway. If anything, it should be us thanking you for helping us through that beast of a storm. As a matter of fact, everyone's starting to fancy your chances in the contest. At this rate, we won't be able to lay wagers no more.
Then I better not let you down. Easy, stomach. Easy.
We're the last to board. If there's nothing left to say, then let's shove off, shall we?
Damn, that's crystal clear water.
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
There, look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
At last, we are come to the land you call the New World. To my home, Tural.
gods. I've seen cities with an impressive mix of cultures, but this is something else.
Is that a... No. I've never seen Vanu feathers in that color before.
You'll find much here you never knew existed. There may be a sea route now, but visitors to Tulihyolal are still few and far between. And as we don't build seafaring ships, only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Mamulja sellswords mostly. Those willing to play the fool sail with Lominsan merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
Rare and currently undocumented. Were there some forms we should fill out, or...?
Forms? Did you forget who you're traveling with?
You are outsiders? Visitors to Tural?
We are.
Our nation is soon to hold a right of succession to choose its next Dawn servant. We will not abide interference from foreign agents seeking to foment trouble. What brings you to Tulihyolal?
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
Third promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well. Of course.
Please, accept our apologies.
No need to bow and scrape. That our soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
We'll be continuing our patrol then.
Well, well. You really are a figure of authority here.
Are you suggesting I don't look the part? Anyway, first things first. I bid you welcome to Tulihyolal.
What an amazing city. As lively as Oda, even more colourful. According to Erinville, the Vanu I thought I saw belongs to a clan known as the Hanu. It seems they share more than a physical resemblance. I wonder what kind of trouble those soldiers were expecting. Ah, it's so nice to feel that familiar breeze again. I wasn't sure my stomach would make it. Well, despite the storm's efforts to the contrary, here we are, safe and sound. You arrived in Tulihyolal. You can return to the city anytime by speaking to the Swirly Sailor in Skull's Harbour in Old Charlie. I would ask if the journey tired you, but I'm sure you've endured far worse. Yeah, I have read these before, and nothing new.
While being so on solid ground has improved Clement's mood, her stomach appears to be lagging behind. Right then, first things first. Still a bit queasy. No more boats for a while. I realize we've just arrived, but we should get you to get you familiar with the city before the rite of succession begins. No arguments here. I should very much like to explore. Then I'll guide you. Are you sure you're in any condition to do so? Aha! We were just wondering who these strange folk were. So the third promise has found ourselves some new followers then. Followers? Look, Lamat, are you unwell? No, not at all. Couldn't be better. The third promise does not get seasick. No, sir. As for my hand-picked entourage here, I've recruited them to help me win the rite of succession. I was about to show them around the city, in fact. That sounds lovely. But a group of foreigners is going to attract attention, especially if they're in the company of the third promise. Everyone will be curious. We certainly were. Your siblings have a tendency to, command a respectful distance, but you're just so easy to approach. And I enjoy it so much when you do. Please, don't ever worry that you are a bother to me. You're very kind. Good day to you, third promise. They did have a point. Wuklemat is technically royalty here. Like it or not, a person-to-person station surrounded by this many outsiders is bound to draw a crowd. Wait, what do you mean technically? I suggest we move in two groups, so as to attract less attention. Just technically ignoring me then? Elita, you and Cryo can come with me. I'll take the twins then. We'll get in touch once we've had a good look around. That voyage was hard on all of us, so take it slow and recuperate. We have time enough for that. Enjoy your wanderings. Perhaps we should wait a bit, at least until Wuklemat's nausea subsides. No need for that. Look, I'm ready to go. I finally get to do a duty with Viper. Time elapsed 57, almost an hour before it popped. Come on.
There's an ether out there for me to tune to. Come on, how can it pop and then just not pop again? It's like after all that waiting, it's like you think that like... Come on! It popped! Come on, come on, come on! I want to get going! Thank you. took a bit longer than I was expecting. Pick up in the door, thank you. Care to challenge me, Livia?
Nice. Almost 81 on my Viper. Almost 82 rather. Tulioli isn't going anywhere. Let's give Ruclumat a little more time. I'm fine now, really. Can't stand around all day feeling sorry for myself, what with the contest looming and all. Now then, seeing as we're already here, I might as well tell you about the harbour. Evanville already mentioned the reefs in our coastal waters, which explains why you don't see any big ships moored around the docks. Only vessels with shallow drafts can navigate the bay, mostly small fishing boats, or barges ferrying cargo up and down the rivers from inland settlements. Much of the incoming traffic is from Yoktaral, the southern landmass. The clans there produce various goods for export. Their wares are unloaded here and carted off to merchant stalls in the neighbouring market. Speaking of which, Bayside Levy should be our next stop. Tulioli is like my own garden. I could lead you around with my eyes closed. If this were a ship, it would be plain sailing all the way. The word ship alone is enough to curd on my stomach. Wandering around this city is so exciting. Unfamiliar wonders everywhere we look. Word is that the ship's not long to wait, Dawn. Looking around. Welcome back. Next, I'll have you carried. Oh, forgive me, I mistook you for a dock worker. To explore. Hold it. Nobody touched a single one of these, not until I finish sorting them. Ooh. Ethernet shards. Begging your pardons, madam, the house rules stipulate I serve only those with prior approval. Fine. Welcome, traveller. If you need my scribbling service, you need only see the words. Ever since Koana turned from his stay in Charlene, we've been seeing an uptick in import goods. If I see anything I don't recognize, assume it's fragile or liable to explode. Oh yeah, I have people sent off on their way. In need of some fish, lass. Ours are the fanciest you'll find this side of the salt. This is my shop, specialising in metalwares used in daily. Never in need, just have a pot, pan or anything similar, you know where to find me. Only one left. I really must do something about my dwindling stock. Fresh juice squeezed from locally grown fruits. Anyone? No? Come down to Auntie's Tacos. We got a wide range of options from healthy to hearty, plus I have a variety of salsas to choose from. This is our flagship location, by the way, or at least it will be, when I get around to opening a second branch. Hee hee! Ah, nothing washed down a taco like a drink of its own kind. Careful, the fruity mixes here are surprisingly strong. Everyone knows about our tacos. Have you tasted our margaritas? A fruity drink is perfect complement to a spicy meal. Grab a glass and have a good time. So much to explore! Explore! Aha! Yes, I can jump on top of these. Stop getting distracted, Lita. Stop getting distracted. God damn my ADHD. Welcome, welcome. Come seeing work, have you? You want to have a word with Mahali. I'm sure she's received a few requests tradeswomen such as yourself can fulfill. Here at the wing of our collection, we offer work to willing artisans by way of petitions filled by the citizens social. If you would make further inquiries, you need to speak with Mahali. How are we ever to fulfill all these requests? How is someone what we need someone experienced in trades? This is Bayside Bevy, Tureoli's largest marketplace. Being right on the harbour, everything from fresh fish to imported wares go directly to the shelves. Anything you want, they most likely have. Oh right, I should mention that here in Tureoli, we buy things with a pel, a currency that only the Pelu created. But don't worry, more and more trade is coming in from Eorzea, so most shops are happy to accept your gil. There's also Wura Mukadetichi, another market to the east of here, but that can wait for another time. I have other places I want to show you first. Next we'll head back a bit and northwards to the stairs, to a certain plaza. Heh, I can't wait to see the look on your faces. Apologies, friends, but I only offer my wares to hunters approved by the Dawn Bright Coloration. Are there any competent hunters to be found here?
That's odd. The number of imported crates doesn't match our records. I'm gonna have to recount. I hope Tentawa thinks before he acts. I wonder what Peggy sees when she looks up into the sky. I hear Aunt T starting to experiment with different styles of taco. I'm not a good wrap, yes, but what are the spices they use to slice in their meat? I can't get enough. Aunt T's tacos are growing in popularity as of late, but I often find myself returning to vegetarian. When it comes to food, perhaps they're simply not the adventurous type.
Oh, my poor granddaughter. I can't bear to be parted from her. Come on in, have a seat. Can I get you an order on a famous tacos?
I hope we'd never hear about those strange customers again. Oh, welcome. If you'd like to order something, we're here at your service. I miss my mother's cooking. Oh, a bit far to go for dinner, though. First time in Tuliole. If nothing else, you simply must try the tacos. You won't find this flavor elsewhere. I pray that Lokashi is safe. Would that I could send a healer to her side. I'm a healer. Unfamiliar terrains, a hunter's bay. I must find Itoka an ally with knowledge of lands the Great Sea. Etherite shard is up there. There's a long ass dock. My apologies, madam, we've no vacancies at present. Oh yeah, white mage should have a new move. Where do I put it? Right, we're at the real shift. The alpaca has just made a long journey, so I'm getting a bit of rest. That storm really turned up the trails, and my four-legged friends are having a little harder time than usual. Eat up now, you need your strength. Welcome, if it's the back you need you, look no further. You need to add your name to our register. It'll make things smoother next time you divide. In the past, I would never have dreamed this bulky thing would actually fly, but now in the forest depths are just a quick jaunt away. That's so good. Ever since I moved here, I've been having so much fun cultivating my garden. Trust me, I could never have grown these back home. Past this gate lies Volek Shusha. While the Dawn Servant is a forgiving man, I suggest you conduct yourself with the utmost respect. My apologies, but the Dawn Servant is presently engaged in official business within. None are permitted to enter. Just a short rest and it's back to work. My shoulder has been so stiff lately. We tried heating the spring stone. My cousin swears by it. Last piece of right to success. This here is Bright Boom Post, known as the Lifeguards Headquarters.
Under the command of the great Zonal Jar, we hone our combat skills in order to apprehend any threats detected on patrol. You may come and go as you like, but don't cause trouble, you hear me?
Don't you know who I am? As hard as we train, make no mistake, Tulliolia is a safe and peaceful city. Looking back, it's hard to believe that every last corner of Tyrell was embroiled in a war mere 80 years ago. Rah! Not bad, they both show some skill. That's it, give it to them! Ah! Now he's open. As you can see, the Landsguard recruits from every culture of Tulliolia. Personally, I find it fascinating to see how each of them uses unique attributes to their advantage in battle. Even their posture is different. Now that I've completed my field training, I'm checking our stock. Not just counting it, mind, but making note of each item's condition. Should the worst come to worst, it could mean the difference between life and death. What do you think of that, eh? Goodness me, you have Aetherites in Tulliolia? I think I told you before, but my brother Kona spent 3 years studying in Charlene. He fell in love with the nation and its ways, and brought back to us the knowledge of the Aetherite construction. Papa warmed to the idea at once and had one built immediately. Did you do the attuning thing? If you're ready to continue, we'll head down again and then up the slope to the side. Right at the top is the gate which leads to Zac Tural. Let's make a stop at Bright Bloom Post on the way, Phil. That's the headquarters for the Landsguard. Oh, up there. Yeah, sure. Make sure you attune to the Aetherite. I don't fully understand how it works, but I do know you'll regret it if you forget. Thank goodness for Aetherites. Though I don't share Wukmat's dislike of ships, I'm not especially eager to make that voyage again. Here we are, Bright Bloom Post. The soldiers stationed here are responsible for defending Tulliolia and preserving the peace. The Landsguard are led by our nation's strongest warrior, and so naturally Papa has commended them since the beginning. At least until 3 years ago, when Zoral Jal took over as commander. The title is no empty honour. It means the first promise is considered equal to the Dawn Servant in martial strength. Meanwhile, I haven't even managed to... Well, I'll discuss my brothers and their accomplishments later. Alvanod and Alaezi should be around to hear it too. Come on, it's time I showed you the Sky Gate. It's right at the northern end of Talon March. If I'm to succeed, Papa, then it's my brothers I need to surpass first. Zoral Jal is clearly a Mamalja name. An interesting family. Massive, isn't it? And on the other side is an equally massive bridge to match. Both were constructed by a race of giants, the Yok-Hui. Strictly speaking, Tural is actually two separate continents, Yok-Tural, the southern lands of the mother, and Zak-Tural, the northern lands of the father, which lie beyond the bridge. Legends say it used to be one great landmass, but long, long ago the two gods fought a titanic battle, and when one overthrew the other to the ground, the impact was so devastating as to split the continent in twain. A familiar sounding tale. I am put in mind the conflict between Hydaelyn and Zodiac. But getting back to Zak-Tural, those lands are also part of the Tulioli nation, correct? That's right. Isn't my father incredible? He united the peoples of two continents into a single nation. The many clans of Tural had been at war for generations. It was only when Papa travelled the lands to put a stop to the myriad conflicts that we finally had peace. And that's the main reason I want to win the throne, so I can preserve the peace he's built. But I see you're more interested in what's behind the gate than hearing about my aspirations. Crossing the bridge to Zak-Tural requires a special travel pass. Unfortunately, they won't issue any new permits until the right of succession is over. I promise to get you one when I'm Dawn Servant, but until then you'll just have to wait. Then I'll make sure you win. Mark my words. You really mean that? Heh! Woe to anyone who stands between you and an adventure. Tired from all this walking? Take a moment to rest and we'll continue the tour. We must have covered half the city by now. Tulioli is unlike any other place I've visited. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. Creation stories are often rooted in true events. Given the similarities, could it be that Tulioli's legend was inspired by Hydaelyn's clash with Zodiac? Uclamat is ready to commence second half of your Tulioli tour. We'll head west next, towards the Arch of the Dawn. The dirigible landing is on the way. You have dirigibles too? Tulioli certainly doesn't want for methods of travel. We get by. Now, if you've seen enough of this area, let me know and we'll continue on. Creation stones were written true events. What's that? Ah, yes. You said that already. The Arch of the Dawn is on the other side of the city, so speak up if you see something that interests you as we walk. I hope you aren't too tired. Tulioli still has plenty of sights to see. We should heed Embrel Celestial and take it slow where we can. I imagine we need a full strength for the contest to come. I'm still struggling to conceive how one could construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. This was originally the site of a Yokhoi temple. The giants built it when they were first making the bridge to Zaktural to appease the god who slumbers in the great ocean trench. After the Yokhoi withdrew, the temple stood empty for centuries. So when Papa was establishing his new nation, he saw a structure he could refurbish into a palace, sitting practically in the center of Turali. They gathered artisans to do the work, and the houses they built for themselves became the foundation of the city you see today. Speaking of houses, we'll be passing through the Resplendent Quarter, the biggest residential district in Tulioli. We climb these sets of stairs here, all the way up. The stairs leading up to the peak can get pretty steep. Careful you don't fall. I've been one step away from death more than a few times. So this was once a place of worship. The Yokhoi seems a fascinating people, but I've not seen any of them in the city. I wonder if I'll have the chance to meet them. The sheer scale of this place is incredible. I wonder what that carving at the top represents. Papa's palace is called Volak Shunsa, which roughly translates to invincible resilience. You probably want to take a closer look, but we'll be coming back here later. Let's move on for now. Oh, this is the Resplendent Quarter. What manner of people live here? Oh, we have residents from all the Yokturol clans. Mamolja, Zabral, Pepetu, Moblin, Hanuhanu. We also have Toran Wanta, Hesashiro, Shintonta, who moved south from all their ancestral lands in Zaktural. In essence, it's a gathering of people from every corner of Tuval. A true representation of Tuliol's diverse character. The adornments on each building contribute to the eclectic cultural aesthetic. It's also beautiful. I'm glad you think so. Come, we continue down the stairs. One only need to look at the children playing for a sense of how peaceful things must be here. You might hear the Führer in Tyrol referred to as Tonawanta, one of our major clans. As for Ehrenfeld, he belongs to a Vera clan known as the Shitonta. That big drum there is called the Dawn Herald. They play it for formal occasions, like when honouring the Lance Guard returned from a dangerous duty. I tried hitting it with my axe once and ripped the skin. Earned me a proper scalding. Let me tell you, I think it was the time Papa held me upside down by the ankle. I've never seen such an enormous drum. What would one even use to beat such an instrument? And here are our Dringables. Not bad, eh? I hear other nations use airships to sail to the skies, but you'll find only balloons in Tulioli. We have them for the exact same reason as the Aetherites. Konoha bought them back plans from Sherian, and Papa thought them fantastic and commissioned their construction. This was around 3 years ago. Since that time we've added flights to other settlements. Trade with frontier communities has never been easier. But that's enough about Dringables. The Arch of the Dawn awaits. I'll just be about the big trip again, won't it? Yeah. Hearing about Dringables reminds me of the Ixali and their flying vessels. But whereas their designs use several bladders, it seems the Tural class rely on one large envelope to lift them into the air. What do you say somewhere different? Balloons are all well and good, but flying through the air is not for me. It's not that I'm afraid, of course, it just seems unnatural. This is it, the Arch of the Dawn. When the giants were still here, it was known as the Yok-Tural Landgate, but when Papa founded the Tulioli, everyone began using its present name in honour of his great achievement. Through this gate is Kozama-Uka, the wetlands south of the city. Depending on what right of succession asks of us, we might end up going in that direction. Kozamuka? The name alone is intriguing. Speaking of which, what were those fluffy animals we passed earlier? Ah, are those alpacas? Fearsome four-legged fiends? Fearsome? This seems quite pleasant to me. You'll learn soon enough, Kral. You'll learn soon enough. But forget the alpacas. I have something far more important to show you. Come along. Are these pillars what Wuklemat wanted to show us? If you wish to learn the history of Tulioli, then look no further. These stone pillars, you mean? Yeah, this spot's captured Kryle's attention. Kryle regards the stone pillars curiously. What is special about these pillars, if I may ask? At a glance they might look like ordinary stone decorations, but if you take a really good look, you'll see there's something much more interesting. I suppose we ought to do as Wuklemat suggests. Hey, this spot's captured Kryle's attention. Pictures? Wait, no, these are glyphs. They seem to tell a series of stories, many of them featuring a two-handed mammal Jah. Oh, then this must be... That's right, it follows the exploits of my father, Gulol Jaja, and his journey to unite our lands. We call it the Tulioli saga. The deeds he performed in the bonds he forged, all immortalized in stone. There's no better way to learn how Tulioli came to be. Study them as long as you like. The 4 stones closest to us cover the first half of Papa's travel. Let's start with those. This pillar tells the lay of the Brotherhood. It depicts the scene where Papa granted an audience with the foreign explorer, Ket or something. I can't remember the name. You mean Ketamaran? Ah, that's the one. Ketamaran's arrival in Tural was what prompted Papa to embark on his own journey. It is said that the two grew to be close friends, brothers in spirit, if not in blood. But no one knows what became of the explorer in later years. Ketamaran's disappearance is a mystery in Eorzea as well. The records say he travelled between our lands and yours for a while, but then it's assumed he was lost at sea. Here we have the Day of Reeds. This is a story of when Papa visited the Hanu Hanu in their village in Kozamaku. Ah, the people Alpha knows almost mistook for Vanu Vanu, if not for the colourful plumage. He spent a fair bit among the Vanu in the Sea of Clouds, so it's no surprise he took an interest in your countrymen. I don't know how it is with your Vanu, but our Hanu are bright and cheerful sort.
They hold this one festival every year. Very famous and a lot of fun. Let's see. This one is the Lay of Pots, which depicts moblins of Kozamuka Uka. They might wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold and silver work they sell is the best you'll find anywhere. Moblin goods are the standard when it comes to gift-giving. Clearly the Vanu aren't the only people with distant Turiali counterparts. This one recounts the Lay of Repast. As you can probably tell, the figure depicted here is of the Zabra, like me. For decades the Zabral and the Mamalja were at war for control of the forest of Yaktel. The actions Papa took to end that conflict have since been hailed as the first steps in founding Tuliole. There is a clan of Hrothgar in Bosia known as Helions. In their society, the women rule as queens, and the men serve as devoted subjects. Yet here in Tural, the Bral men and women appear to be of equal status. How dramatically culture can vary with location. If you're done with the first half, we can move on to the second. And these four comprise the rest of the saga. The Lay of Gold. This pillar shows one of the Pelupelu, whose homeland is in Ukrupaksha. Having created our currency, the Pelu are rightfully known as a merchant clan. They oversee Tuliola's markets, and their travelling peddlers are a common sight no matter where you go in Tural. Don't let their size fool you. They might be mistaken as children, but beneath those beaked masks they're clever and calculating traders. Oh, this one is my favourite, the Lay of Ice. It depicts a battle with the legendary Tulvar Vildra, Valagrimda. I should explain, a Tura Vidrel is a creature that has lived far beyond its usual lifespan and awakened to preternatural power. Tataru described the Far Eastern auspices in a similar fashion. Could this be the same phenomenon? Valagrimata itself was dubbed this Sky Ruin, a name earned for the destruction of terror it visits upon Tural every time it stirred from its slumber. But 80 years or so ago, its ruinous reign was brought to an end. After a great struggle, Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the rage in Vidral, and sealed it away in the Ubercrusher Mountains. Despite its reputation, however, Vaglamanda is also a symbol of power. That's why you see its likeness on Tuliola's national album, and adorning the banners of the palace. Oh, this one is unmarked. Papa says he left a blank pillar for the next chapter of Tuliola's history, whatever that might be. Ah, the Lay of Proof. That big fellow is the Yok Hoi, the largest of Tural's peoples. These giants once used their great size and strength to establish a dominion encompassing all of Yok Tural. Having brought the southern reaches to heel, they then turned northwards, setting their sights on Zakturlal. You'll recall that massive bridge they built beyond the Skygate. Some time after launching the northern campaign, however, they just gave up. They abandoned the lands they'd conquered and withdrew to the mountains of Urupaka. I've never seen any of their kind so much as set foot in the city.
This was a people with the power and resourcefulness to raise a temple on a mountaintop and build a bridge across the sea with stone. What would move them to renounce their ambitions and their place in Turali history? Had your fill of history, then? Yes, thank you. Glad to hear it. You know, I feel awfully hungry all of a sudden. No surprises there seeing I couldn't keep anything down for a while. But now I think I'm ready to eat again. So let's go and have ourselves a bite of the local delicacy. Come, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the city. I like the sound of that. Do 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 do. What a lovely establishment. I'm reminded of the Bismarck in Limsa. Have you ever had tacos? They're a Tulioli classic. You make a crunchy shell made from corn flour and fill it with meat and salad. A lot of shops and stalls sell them, but I like how they're made here at Zaviatele best. And I need one right in front of me right now. Let's head downstairs and place an order with old Brook Ivu. So that Mamuk lot. Oh, don't get me started. Every dish looks delicious. At the risk of sounding like Book and Mat, the mere sight of so much fine cuisine is making me ravenous. This is Burkeva, the owner. Don't let his unassuming appearance fool you. When it comes to making tacos, he is the greatest artisan of all of Tural.
My companions must sample your heavenly tacos. One for each of us, please.
Right away, promise. And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best for you and your friends.
Did you hear the Silver Scares are back? Seems their overseas foray ended in disaster. More than half their warband is missing, including their leader.
Aye. And now keen to rebuild their broken reputations, the survivors seek the Golden City. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
The legend of the Golden City is well known here, I take it.
It is, but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale. Like our skeptical Erinville.
I can't imagine the Dawn Servant would request a formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
Now to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils. Oh! Oh!
If it isn't the third promise.
Oh, no.
I don't know these ones. New salt.
Dredge from foreign waters is my guess, brother.
Of course, that's it. Wuklamat is so afraid of the coming contest that she went crying for special help.
Was there something you wanted, Bakul Jaja?
The third promise remembers us! Such an honor!
Glory on your name, brother.
And on yours, brother.
I know my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Another child of the Dawn Servant?
No, this brute.
We have no ties to their farce of a family. Unlike the sneeveling housecut, we are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen. We alone are fit to succeed Golul Jaja as Dawn Servant.
All peoples are equal in Tulihiola. Your heritage gives you no greater claim to the throne.
Ha! Shall we test that idea here and now? See if your strength is equal to ours.
None of this has any bearing on the right of succession, correct? Best not waste your energies on pointless scuffles.
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense.
Pathetic. Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
Listen to me, you.
A two-headed Mamulja. I knew of them, but that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
I look forward to showing them that we're this rightful successor.
Some get it into their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft. Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Are there other two-headed claimants?
No, just Bakul Jaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common. The Mamulja people largely belong to one of three clans. The Hubigo, the Bunewa, and the Dopro. Every once in a great while, a two-headed offspring is born from a union between the brown-scaled Hubiko and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Blessed siblings indeed.
Forget them. Let's go and buy more tacos. I can think of nothing better to rid me of this bad taste in my mouth.
Enjoying your tour of the city, I trust. We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest. As such, we're ready to present ourselves at the palace for the rite of succession. Shall we meet you there?
The palace it is. I'll let Wooklamart know. Destiny calls. Perhaps we can return for more tacos later?
So it goes.
Poor Wooklamart. Rook Evo's lovingly made tacos went to waste, and it's all that brutish Baku Jaja's fault. I was looking forward to some authentic Tulioli cuisine, but we should hurry and join Alphanord and the others at the palace. Alright, it's quite a bit of a climb to the top, but you can head up to the Resplendent Quarter or even the eastern side of the Talon March if you prefer. Now that you have an idea of the city's laid out, I'll let you find your own way to Villak Shunza. My poor empty belly. Do you have a better feel for the city now? The food is amazing. A passing mammal shell let us try a fruit called the cherry moil, which is sublime. We saw a two-headed mammal jaw on our way here, another claimant in the right of succession, according to Erenville. There are so many narrow winding streets, but even if you get lost, all you have to do is keep heading up, and you'll arrive at the palace eventually. You made it. Good. Then we're all here. I'm still hungry enough to eat a whole roasted colibri, but the contest won't wait for us forever. Oh, I could ask Namika to cook me something afterwards. Erenville has been waiting patiently for your arrival. I've acquainted the twins with the city as best I could in a short time. Their unbridled enthusiasm made it rather difficult. Invariably something would catch their eye, spurring them to run down an alley to investigate. 'Twas like herding a pair of unruly curls. At least you weren't, like, looking after me. Hey, I understand all too well. Charlene had the same effect on me. Right then. Now it's time we saw the inside of the palace. Papa will want to know I'm home, and to meet the allies I've chosen. Given how impulsive he is though, there's no telling what we might be in for. On another adventure. Oh, that's so cool. Estinian! Are you fighting with?
Estinian? When did he get here?
More to the point, why is he here?
Oh, you know this man? Whenever my father spots a promising opponent, he invites them to Sunpurge to duel. Pressing duties or no, he can't resist a good fight.
So the one Estinian is crossing blades with.
That will do, Spearman. I will receive my darling daughter. Know that you are the strongest I fought in many a moon, if not longer. It is the privilege of a life long lived to face such a formidable soul.
If it's formidable you want, then look no further than that woman there.
I see you, warrior.
We had no idea you meant to visit Tural.
I've seen what lies east. This time I chose west.
And thus did our itinerant dragoon make his travel plans.
You witnessed our bout. If you thought he was fearsome, that was with one head dozing.
I'm not sure I understand.
The old man has been feeling his years. The uncovered side is the head of resolve, and age has only deepened his love for combat. But the head of reason, wiser of the two, sleeps more and more these days. As I understand it, the veil helps with the restoration of his magical energies.
Enough about me, Lamati. I want to hear of your adventures.
Lamachi.
A term of endearment. It's what my family calls me.
Oh. When last did we see you in the palace? Greetings, Solonesh.
It's Erenville now, Dawnservant.
Oh. Where are you hiding from
I
us?
took the name while abroad, and have since grown accustomed to it.
Erenville, then. And these others? I assume are Lamati's recruited allies. Ha! All-tempered steel. Yet as much as I'd enjoy testing their metal, the hour of the right is at hand. I will summon the other claimants at once.
Ooh, fun times.
Then I shall leave you to it. Good fortune, my friends. The claimants are assembled. The first promise, Zorolja. The second promise, Ona. The third promise, Uklamat. And lastly, the chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja. You four will compete in the right of succession, the outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Servant. I am not the man I once was. My wiser half sleeps the days away. And it is time I yield my position. But mine is a torch that has never been passed. Tuliyola is young. And so I look to thee always for inspiration. The right of succession. The means by which the autarch of Mamuk was chosen. Only the two-headed were deemed fit for this contest. But the Tuliyola I built is a nation of many peoples. Our leader needn't have two heads, nor be a Mamulja at all. So I gave the right of claimant, not only to the son I sired, but to my adopted children as well. Yet the opportunity to rule was still not equal. That is why a recent tournament offered a place in the contest as the winning prize.
Now you have us to compete against. Though it seems the one-head was already too afraid to face us in the tournament.
Our brother was in Shock Tural leading the Landsguard on a campaign to eradicate a Tural Vidral. Anyone with sense would know he was too busy for games.
Now for the part you've been waiting to hear. The nature of the contest itself. To triumph in the right of succession, and thereby claim our nation's throne, you must travel the lands of Yogg-Turaul and find the City of Gold.
If I may, Father.
Speak, Quona.
The Golden City is an ancient Turali legend, but after so many failed attempts to find it, the story has become more fairy tale than fact. If you would charge us with such a quest, are we then to assume you have proof of the city's existence?
I offer us proof, my unbroken word, for I have seen it with my own 4 eyes.
The city's real. All those years.
This was before the founding of Tuliyollal. I traveled the lands of Turaul with my companions. And we ended our journey at the gates to the Golden City. I mean to have you do the same. But in order to achieve victory proper, you need to break the seal I put in place. Bring them.
Oh.
The Tuliyollal saga.
You will retrace the path I walked to unite our peoples, step by step. Along the way, 7 chosen electors will be waiting to measure your worth. Earn their keystones by performing the feats they ask of you. Once you've fitted each of the 7 tablets with the keystone, you'll have the key to unlock the seal on the Golden City's gates.
So the contest is in stages, none of which can be skipped by rushing to the ultimate objective.
Exactly. Exciting, isn't it?
Martial tournaments, hunting festivals, and now this? You do so love your contests, Papa.
Were I a few years younger, I would have joined in myself, giving you a proper challenge. You may think the ride is tedious or nonsensical, or both. But I am yielding our nation's throne. Let me have this final indulgence.
A waste of time. Just name Bakunja as successor and be done with it.
The rite of succession begins now. I'll be watching you progress with great interest. And Clemens, remember to collect your tablets before you leave. You are one of Lamachi's allies. Speak freely.
I am Cryle Baldessian, representative of the students of Baldessian. My name is perhaps familiar to you?
Ah.
It would seem you sent this letter to my orders some years ago. The ink has since faded and much of the writing is illegible. Even so, we managed to determine the essence of it. A request to investigate the Golden City, addressed to my grandfather, Galuf. Included with the correspondence was this earring. A fairy tale and a piece of jewelry were enough to convince my grandfather to sail halfway across the world. So there is surely some greater mystery at work here. On behalf of the students, I've come to seek clarification on the matter. Have you any knowledge you might share with me?
No, not at this time. I have tasked the claimants with finding the Golden City. To fulfill your request would afford one of them an unfair advantage in the right of succession. But once the contest is decided, I plan to entrust the entire truth to my successor. If you want to hear it, then you had best help Lamachi win.
Very well, Dawn Servant. On my honor as a student of Baldessian, I will find your Golden City. Thank you for hearing my petition.
How about that? She's grown into a remarkable young woman. You should be proud, Galuf.
Too late to change your mind now, I suppose. But are you sure you wish to be part of this? Our third promise is not wont to take no for an answer. Though you may have agreed to help, I worry that you were swept up in her relentless enthusiasm. Or perhaps you've been lured by the glory of the Golden City. Either way, this contest for the throne will place you and yours at the heart of political turmoil.
She threw her heart out there to me. Became a friend, showed me her heart and her kindness. I could not help her.
If you are second-guessing your decision, tell me now. This may be my last chance to help you withdraw.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend, and there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another.
I've made my decision and I mean to see it through.
Is that so? I will speak no more of it then. As for my own involvement, I can no longer conduct myself as a mere guide, I think. Not after the Dawn Servant's revelation.
Here they come! It's Saralja! Such a fearsome mien. Make no mistake, there goes Tuliola's mightiest warrior.
First promise, our village needs aid. The cold weather stunts our crops, and the children of our village go hungry. Once you ascend the throne, I beg of you, grant my people new lands, please!
Saralja. Take heart, tiller of the soil.
The Resilion's son, blood heir to the Dawn Servant, has heard your pleas.
Saralja, the first promise and commander of the Landscape. Saralja, the Palaceer. As he was so careful to remind the crowd, Saralja is indeed the natural child of Gurul Jaja.
And Resilient Son, is that another title, like the first promise?
After a fashion. Common knowledge has it that two-headed Mamulja cannot sire children. Yet Saralja was born all the same, with the head of Resolve's features and the head of Reason's scales. An extraordinary example of life's unyielding resilience.
And a warrior's reticence. He says little, but the way he moves... I know a hardened soldier when I see one.
He's a natural swordsman, a gift he inherited from his father. Some even say that the son has already surpassed the sire. Should he come to power, the first promise means to employ that martial prowess in the conquest of foreign lands. For this, he and his supporters have been labeled expansionists. This puts him in direct opposition to Wuklamat, who advocates for the preservation of peace. You may recall that she spoke of a claimant who cannot be allowed to rule. That is Saralja, the warmonger.
Prior, are you all right?
The echo... It gave me a glimpse into Saralja's ambitions. Deep and unknowable, like an abyss. Yet at the same time, a roaring, unquenchable fire. It was a trifle terrifying, to be frank.
Second promise, you must bring us more marvelous conveniences. More dirigibles and trains and the like. We need you in charge to make trading easier.
The elders, they complain and complain about abandoning tradition. But we're not like them, afraid of everything foreign and new.
You have our wholehearted support. With your ingenuity and knowledge, you're sure to win the contest.
Forgive me, but the right of succession is barely begun. I will hear your petitions if and when I am named Dawn Servant. If you will excuse me.
Plain spoken, as always.
That's Arcona. Practical to a fault.
Here we have Kona, the second promise, who spent time as a pupil at Sharlian's own studio.
Now that you mention it, I think I did see him in the halls once or twice. There was nothing to suggest he was Turali, much less from a royal family.
That was by design. He forwent his usual garb and took an Eorzean name to avoid attention.
So it was Kona who introduced the dirigibles. And the railway too, given what we just heard.
In furtherance of his goal, to enrich Tuliolal with every bright notion he learned of in Sharlian. He is the hope of those who prize innovation. As aloof as he may seem, Kona and Wuklamat actually get along rather well. They bicker and banter as only close siblings do.
How gracious of you all to cheer the lesser claimants. Oh, come now. What are you afraid of? I'm no different from your Dawn servant. That my kind should reign is Mamulja tradition, and has been so since before there was a Tuliyola. I'll brush aside your feeble contenders, and then you'll see who deserves your fealty.
Well said, brother.
The Mamulja have finally found peace in Tuliolal. A pity those fanatics are intent on keeping that tradition alive.
The chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja, winner of the recent martial tournament, and the only claimant not of the Dawn's promise. His strength is undeniable, but you see how he is. A few devoted Mamulja are his only supporters.
What would he do with the throne should he win it?
His policies and so forth? I doubt he's thought much beyond winning the contest itself. But one thing seems certain. If he does become Dawn servant, he will see the Mamulja exalted as the ruling class, and all others forced into subservience.
Sounds like another that cannot be allowed to rule.
We wish for one thing and one thing only, third promise. To abide together in harmony with our neighbors whom we love in this land we share. It is our way, the Turali way.
Galul Jaja built for us this peaceful nation, and we beg you to preserve it.
You have my word. I won't let your pleas go unanswered.
Until Tuliolal was founded some 80 years ago, this continent was ravaged by war. The eldest among us remember that dark era, and they are Wuklamat's most ardent supporters.
Apologies, it's hard to get away. This is Namika, my childhood nursemaid. She's been like a mother to me my whole life. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted on seeing us off.
I place our precious third promise into your care.
Did you know Wuklamat was taking part in the rite of succession?
Of the Dawn's promise. I thought it was only Zoralja and Kona. If she has any accomplishments to her name, I've yet to hear them.
Compared to the two Mamulja, she pales in martial prowess. And then there's Kona, who's far and away the most educated of the bunch. I hate to say it, but it's hardly a competition.
It's fine. More than anyone. I understand how much better my brothers are than me.
Better? Wuklamat. I have never thought of you as the lesser sibling. Your brothers may excel in their respective ways, but you boast qualities that both lack. A strength that is yours alone. Having cared for you for so long, I should know.
Thank you, Namika. Well, we ought to be on our way.
Yes, hurry along. I await word of your victory with bated breath.
So, Konoha, the second promise, intent on developing his country by means of Charlayan invasions. Given his background, I suppose it should come as no surprise. That two-headed claimant, Bakul Jaja, treats everyone around him as lesser beings. No doubt he'd try to elevate the mammal Ja above other races, should he become Dawn Servant, not unlike how the Garlean Empire afforded special status to pure-blooded Garleans. I know not what drives Zoralja, but it engulfs him like an inferno. As you witnessed, Wuklamat has no great army of supporters, not yet at least. Well, so much for the brief reunion I had in mind. Papa is not one to waste time when he decides to act. I'm used to it by now, of course, but others are more often caught off guard. In any case, we should talk about how we're going to find the City of Gold. All we have to work with are the 7 tablets and their connection to the Tuliuli saga. Might I suggest first comparing the tablets against the pillars? We could check for any discrepancies between them. Good idea! Let's go and take a look. I wasn't expecting events to progress that quickly, but I won't complain. The contest is the main reason we're here after all. I won't give up until we find the Golden City, for Wuklamat as well as myself. The preparation of intricately carved targets for every claimant must have taken considerable effort and forethought. We should consider them weighty reminders that this contest is no light-hearted matter.
At a glance, they seem much the same. And that makes everyone. Look on that, the tablets, if you would. Of course. Everyone has a tablet? Then let's compare them to their respective pillars. Keep an eye out for even the smallest differences. Unless I'm missing something, the glyphs appear to be identical. The only difference being that the tablets have hollows where the keystones are to be fitted. So now that we've established that the scenes are the same, where do we go from here? The Dawn Servant said we were to retrace the path he walked in uniting Tyrell's peoples, and that we would encounter 7 electors along the way. Then we have the answer here right in front of us. Papa's path is all laid out in the Tulioli saga. The events the glyphs portray, do we know the exact locations where they took place? If one is close, we could go there and search for an elector. That would confirm we're on the right track. Let me think. The Lay of Reeds was in the nearby Hanu settlement. Papa took me there once. It was during festival season, and the whole village was alive with good cheer. There's also the Lay of Gold. That one involved the Pelu village, which is about the same distance from here. Before going anywhere, we should ask around about the road ahead. I've heard a lot of talk as we toured the city about the storm that passed through sea. Apparently it ravaged Yogg-Tyrell several days ago. Since our roads are not as well paved as the Orzias, they're more susceptible to damage from natural disasters. If we want to avoid wasting time taking a dead-end trail, I suggest we spend a few moments making inquiries. If it's information we need, just leave it to me. I'll bring the information to us. And she's off. It would be prudent to ensure we're prepared for the journey. I'll guide you to the accommodations I've arranged. Oh, that's what these little boat houses were. Welcome to the Ford Caverns. Oh, such lovely little cottages, and they're on the water. Look, Matt said she would bring information to us. I wonder what she meant by that. What a comfort to have our lodging sorted in advance.
That's right. The reservation is under Wuklemat's name. If you don't mind, I'll leave my companions to you.
Certainly, sir.
I'll go and track down the third promise. Once you've finished organizing your gear, you can meet us outside Zekbatre.
Greetings, visitors to Tuliori, and welcome to the Ford Cabins. Whenever you're ready, I show you to your rooms. Welcome back, madam. Will you be making use of your cabin? The Ford cabins were built some years ago to accommodate our visitors from across the Salts. In the early days of Tuliori, the guest rooms were little more than rickety boats moored at the end of the pier. They were unpopular with travellers, to say the least, and the steady influx of trading ships necessitated the construction of our more modern facilities. One of Galul Jaja's own companions himself was a visitor from abroad. It is said that he likened the newly built roofs to a line of ship prows, and the interiors to orderly caverns. Thus have they been named ever since. These days we pride ourselves on running the finest accommodations in the city. I am confident you shall find everything to your liking. Certainly, madam, stay as long as you wish. I was wondering, but no, you can't fish from here. I like this little place, it's nice. I'm just checking to see. I thought you could adjust the brightness of these. I guess not. I guess they just automatically adjust the brightness. Oh yeah, I should probably...
Craft the materia first, and then desync it. No material on it. There we go. There we go. Got a fair bit of goldsmith decent thing.
trust you to be the keenest to head out, Elita. Of course. Where are Erenville and Clemata, I wonder? Oh good, you're all here. Who might your companions be? Seeing as we needed information, I thought who better to get it from than the locals. These two hail from the villages we're thinking to visit. I give you credit for taking initiative at least. What do you mean at least? I am honored that the third promise would seek my advice. I too am happy to answer your questions. Any encounter might be an opportunity to do business. Thank you both for your help. Before we begin, there will be doubtless other occasions when we need to act independently, so I brought these for the two of you. Link pearls? What's this? It is called a link pearl, a gemstone harvested from a special shell. When linked together, they allow people to communicate across great distances. Is that so? What a handy thing to have. You might want to explain how to use it. It'll be very useful on our travels. Speaking of which, I should get back to introducing my two new friends over here. What a stroke of luck to forge this connection to the palace. Maybe the beginning of a profitable partnership. Please, ask anything. I'll gladly tell you what I know. Who should we speak to first, do you think? Is there a reason the Pelu Pelu all wear those masks? Even up close, the Hanu are remarkably similar to Vanu. Aside from those pillars, of course. Uklamat may not be experienced or as accomplished as her brothers, but she has an affinity for the people. For her, finding those willing to cooperate is as simple as asking. The Tuliuli saga features a number of Tural's clans. Two of those, the Hanu Hanu and the Pelu Pelu, have settlements relatively close to the city, so I brought a representative of each. As I mentioned before, the Hanu are a cheerful people who love their festivals. They make their appearance in the Lay of Reeds, and their home village, Okanu, is located in Kozamuka. The other smaller fellows are the Pelu, a clan of business-minded folk from the Urkapaka. They appear in the Lay of Gold and craft all kinds of marvellous goods in Waringpeko, their village. Now, as for deciding which village to visit first, why don't you put that adventurer's instinct of yours to work for us, Elita? Pick our destination. I trust your instincts. The approachable Pelu is awaiting your questions. What is it you'd like to know? Our main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead. As I recall, to reach Opokura, we depart from the Arc of the Dawn, then take the road west to the first fork. Should we be wary of anything along the way? That is indeed the way to Urapoka. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be doing more stumbling than walking. But do take heart. When it comes to rugged terrain, we have a most dependable solution available. Come with me. We'll be back to talk to you in good time, friend Hanu. Meanwhile, you can eat and drink your fill at Zigbra Tai. It's all been arranged. So I can order anything at Zigrab Tai, anything. The third promise is too generous. Wing of Protection Scout. A scout of the Wing of Protection is on the lookout for a likely adventurer. You there. You are Elita Draconia, are you not? The adventurer from across the water who has been lending the third promise her strength? Then well met. To tell the truth, I have been meaning to make your acquaintance for some time. I have a proposition for you. You are familiar with Eorzean hunts, yes? We have something very similar here in Tulioli, and having heard from your philanthropic spirit, not to mention your capacity for violence, we should very much like to recruit you to our cause. If you are interested, speak with my associate Bull Ogwa. The Zebra is a master of the hunt and administrators to the bills, in the square overlooking the port. Tell him the Wing of Protection recommends you. What do we have here? Your posture could do some work, but you got good eyes. Eyes that have seen a few things. You here to sign up? Heh, the Wing of Protection recommended you today. Well, we're always on the lookout for new hunters, and if you're good enough for Wuklanat, you're good enough for us. Pleasure to have you with us, Lita. I suppose I better get down to the introductions. Or maybe I don't need to. This whole idea came from your side of the sea after all. It was Konoha who showed us your ways. Either way, I'll keep it brief. Our hunts work much the same as doing in Eorzea. We put a bounty on those beasts that prove themselves an enemy of the people. You kill them, bring us back the proof, you get your reward. Whilst your reputation may precede you, rules are rules, and the rule is I have to test every hopeful out on beginner bills. Can't have every young one with nothing to her name but a plough's hair and a dream of glory skipping merrily away to her doom. Prove yourself in Tyrol and I'll give you some bigger, bitier fish to try. I can now undertake beginner hunt. Greetings, Elita. How fares the hunt? Find your way around Tyrol without incident, I hope. Okie dokie, here we go, beginner hunts. A fellow Eorzean. Am I right? Do you fancy yourself much of a sightseer? Dear old Milith gave you her journal. My, what a small world. It just so happens that I'm her cousin, Elspie Ironheart, at your service. Well, if you've met cousin Milith, I'm sure you can guess why I crossed the salt, as they say. This continent is positively brimming with sights unseen by Eorzean eyes, and I'm here to discover them all. My twin sister and I, that is. You see, I had more interest in York, while she was drawn to the Beasters of Zack. So it was that we parted ways at the bridge, each of us touring half of Tural. So give me your sightseeing log then. Let's see. Oh, how beautiful. I should like to see these places myself someday. Sorry, I was just going to scribble down my notes on York Tural. I included what my sisters share with me of Zack Tural, but I'm afraid it isn't much. My twin's name is Emmeline, and she's still wandering about over there, given her natural affinity for Ironheart. You'll doubtless run into her someday. Well, I'm sure you've got enough places and vistas to behold. May your journey throughout Tural be bright and unforgettable. Yay! I wonder what Emma's journey has brought her. If nothing else, I hope all is well. Talking to Apollo before we departed was a wise decision. I for one would rather not brave a treacherous slippery trail on foot. The Pelopello albeit small, is confusing enough, but those masks make it almost impossible to tell men from women, let alone guess at their age. Oh my, are these fluffy babies or mounts? The beasts are sure-footed, that's for certain. Why did it have to be alpacas? May I introduce you to our most dependable companion, the alpaca? These animals can traverse Ipaka's steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields, and all while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. So they fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home. You don't have alpacas in Eorzea? Alpacas are native to York Tural. Eorzea has its chocobos, and the eastern lands have their horses. Why go to the trouble of breeding another pack beast in place which
ill suits its qualities and where it's not needed anyway. But must we ride these little monsters? I get the impression you aren't fond of alpacas. When I was small, and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat on me, and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. I see. What are they like to ride? Alpacas are bred as mounts, are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. We're really doing this then. So, was my information useful to you? Yes, very helpful, even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Good, I'll take my payment now. You want me to pay you? I guess I should have expected as much from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I have on me. The Pelu value the act of spreading joy through trade. As you should know, they take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. So, we found a species of Tataru-tarus. Here you go, a fair price for your fair advice. Yes! I made a trade with the third promise herself! My friends will never believe this! I shall be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Off you go then, and thank you. I better not get spit on again. You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. I'm still not happy about this, but if we do need to ride alpacas to reach Chupacupa, then that's what we'll do.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Urkopacha, the 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
So this is Urkopacha. I've never actually been here before.
The air is so crisp and clear.
Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som-Al.
That is Workor Sormor, the tallest mountain in Yok-Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
Oh? Do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wuk Lamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here of all places. But I should introduce myself. I am Bol Nok, a weaver by trade.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watrin Pello.
Truly. I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal? Is that a local beverage?
It's an Urgopacha specialty. A spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end. But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say. Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu Pelu merchants.
Yes, they do more than run the markets in Tuliyollal. Pelu Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
Oh no, Justinian.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
Watchun Pelo's down the path! Off the main road! Don't get lost!
It's right there!
The palace crowds are more supportive of her brothers, but Wigwillimat's peaceful politics do have their quiet adherents, I see. I feel the change in altitude most keenly. While I may have not to the same degree as the Sea of Clouds, the air is decidedly thin here. I could see more buildings down the path where Milk was taking. I wonder what's over that way. This is it. Urapelo, the home of the Pelu Pelu. Wuklimat should have arrived before us. That's not good. You've come all the way here for the right of succession? Oh, so this means I'm exchanging words with a future Dawnservant. But please, the outcome is far from decided, but it's a possibility. How fortunate then that I deal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler. And a nation's ruler should dress her best for her adored people, yes? Finery for our finest lady. That's right. Come, Sir Promise. My well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Finest lady. I like the sound of that. Alright, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. What did we just talk about? Erndel, when did you... Ah, a Shatona from far off Zaktaral. Northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survived them without a lovely warm cloak of quality alpaca wool. No thank you. I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the third promise. Perhaps another time. Of course, of course. My shop door is always open. You were saying something about not being easily charmed? I was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pelupa live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and unwitting customers like Wuklamat fall prey to this affable approach time and time again. Your only recourse is clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. A valuable insight into the minds of the Pelupelu. Let us all take Ehrenfeld's words of caution to heart. I'm still worried about Estinian. Clemat is lucky to have Ehrenfeld. Everyone, royalty especially, needs a friend, unafraid to chide them when need arises. I swear, I let her out of my sight for one moment. It would seem the Pelupelu are partial to coffee. All of these houses and buildings made to Pelupelu size. I might too, come to think of it. Wuklamat is ready to search out the Dawn Servant Elector. Not my finest moment, I'll admit, but now that we're here, let's do what we came to do, find the Elector. Allow me to propose a strategy then, Kryl. Alize and I will speak with the merchants. Wuklamat, you and Ehrenvel might try approaching travellers and passers-by. Elita, pray investigate any of the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, let us relay it to the third promise. Welcome to the House of the Pelupelu. Word picture that we have many local specialities on offer here, so please have a look around. So what do you say? It's a good deal, isn't it? You look like you can handle yourself. If you're interested in joining the hunt, I reckon you and I might meet again. Another lovely little Israelite. Can you smell that rich aroma wafting in the air? It comes from this here coffee, delicious brew made from coffee beans produced at Cebu's coffee grounds. Just one more cup. They sell mezcal directly from the distillery here. If you're a spirit drinker, I encourage you to give it a taste. Welcome, welcome! You're terribly cold, isn't it? Come sit down, have a cup. You're warm right up. The Dawn Servant's Elector? Ah, I thought you were a new face in town. Here for the right of succession, I take it. Me, I don't care who sits on the throne as long as they keep Tural peaceful. People tend not to be in the mood to relax and sip
Our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy doubled, I say. Oh right, yes, you were asking about that elector business. Being but freshly returned from my trading route, I've heard there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger, Tobil, could probably tell you more about it. Speak to Tobil, our head ledger. You'll have the answers you seek. Welcome, friend. Welcome. If you have a question for me, don't you? I can see it in your eyes. You do here. I deal with information first and foremost. It's my business to know everything that happens here in War Petru. My husband, meanwhile, is a travelling merchant, and while he returns from selling his wares in various settlements across Tural, he shares with me more knowledge of recent events. Between the two of us, there's little we don't know about what happens in Tural. What kind of place is this? This is War in Parago, in the house of Pelupelu, in the common tongue. Most of the people you meet here are likely to be merchants, but you also find the occasional alpaca herder or mezcal brewer. A wise woman once said that she who does not pay heed to the skies will most surely get wet. Sound advice if you ask me. Would you like to hear what the skies tell us this fine day? Electors? Oh yes, I've heard of a direct of succession. They're looking to put a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Zoral Jah. If the first promise wins, he'll look to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers. In the thousands? Column, potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread business far and wide. Others have been coming around to my way of thinking, so I began crafting goods inspired by the resilient sun. Would you care to purchase something? No, I would not. Very well. You said you wanted to know about the Elector. I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you're no supporter of Zoral Jah or his policies. The first promise will come here too, won't he? I'll have to give him a nudge in the right direction. Welcome. If it's an balcony, then look no further. Before we get you started up, I'll just need to add your name to register. It will make things smoother next time you need a ride. I'm pleased to report that my stall is open for business. Though I do not accept Pearl or Gale, bicolor gemstones are most welcome. Yeah. Alright, so I will need to do fates to get more of those. What did you sell? I could do with more of those. I had a chance to visit Maple's Mate Garden. It's a little bit out of the way, but the Mate Field is well worth seeing. This here is the family ranch where we raise the alpacas. Their fluffy fleece, wiggly ears, and curious capriciousness are just the best, aren't they? Hello there, I'm Mablu. Did you have a question for me? Sorry, I don't know about any electors.
You should take a moment to see our prized alpacas before you leave, though. Oh, but be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close and our nervous darlings may be tempted to spit on you, and that stuff stinks. I happened to visit a visiting buyer not too long ago. Totally, that's the name, the head rancher, was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Tobly noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch. Well, it's back to work for me. I'll catch a scolding if Tobly finds me standing idle. Have you spoken with Yavel yonder? He loves alpacas dearly, but feeling he does not appear to be neutral. Not with this lot, at any rate. Alpacas are sensitive creatures. Many of the goods caring for them come at great cost, but a small price to pay for their happiness. I should probably feed you that so that you've got better attack. You really have to watch yourself around these silver-tongued peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal and a stack of blankets, and then there was this enchanting ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Tobly is the man to talk about the contest. Now, if only they'd share where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. Really? He's also the head rancher? Well, the alpaca ranch is not far from here. I say we pay it a visit before the others return. Keep it as respectful to seek the podcast, will you please, for your sake and for theirs. The beast regards you with weary eyes and twitching jaw. Definitely slowly might be the wisest course of action.
Our guests have arrived, I see. So the rite of succession has begun. That is a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. I can't let fear deter me. Not to say that I'm scared, of course. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobli? Tobli? Oh yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is, though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is Tobli often mentions his favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade, though who among us could? Am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. Hey, so it's like a game. Easy enough, all I have to do is offer Tobli a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we think might be Tobli. Let's ask some questions first to narrow down the field. Great, we can meet back here to share our impressions. I'll sniff out the head ledger in a heartbeat, you'll see. Am I Tobli? Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the third promise and her entourage. Sharp instincts. Shall we commence the rite of succession then? You might think I might be Tobli. Haha, well maybe I am. All I will say is that in this village, none have reared more alpaca than I. Well, obviously I'm not Tobli. I mean, oops, I shouldn't have said that. You're meant to find out for yourself who Tobli is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Good luck. Ah, a visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. I see we're both done with our interrogations. So who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear your pick. The diligent ranch hand. Ah, the workers so intent on stable chores. I had my eye on that one too. Time to rip the mask off our mystery ranch hand, so to speak. We know it's you, Tobli, and to prove it I propose a deal. A generous sum of coin for confirmation of your true identity. An offer I gladly accept. As you have correctly guessed, I am indeed Tobli, head ledger of Oropello and head rancher of the family ranch. I am also one of Gulag Jaja's chosen electors. Aha! A place featured in Tuliola's saga, just as we thought. I was right to trust your instincts, and I wager this won't be the last time. She found you fair and square, Tobli. And I'm glad she did. Would have been a pity had her bid ended here.
Deducing the Dawnservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right. Not hard at all. Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Tobli, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobli. That's part of the test.
You're Tobli.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawnservant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered a number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one. You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example! This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, Third Promise?
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said. Ah! The little monster spat on me! Ah, oh, that stinks. I can't.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley breed like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but beatable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell. And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with their catching. The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the rite, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas. But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
Are you all right, Orclamat? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Aww.
Scream, in other words.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
I was impressed with how easily Zoro found Tobli, but also sort of frightened. I've done my duty and assigned the claimants their feet. The rest is up to them. Judging by the volume of Orclamat's scream, alpaca exploration must have a nasty odour indeed. I'm content to remain ignorant of the smell. Zara Job puts me in mind of Garlemald's own exalted son. Of the two though, Xenos was undeniably the more arrogant. So, this is our sought-after Elector. I did say remaining calm was the key, but the same rules don't apply to wild alpacas. I had to go and wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. But would you mind taking a sniff for me just to make sure? The stench has ruined my sense of smell. Hey, I saw that book. so you can still smell it. Be honest. Everyone wishes to discuss the feat of gold. As Wuklamat helped demonstrate, the valley alpaca are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I have done enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? With the proper saddle, we infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Wonderful. Give me one of those then. Have you perhaps forgotten we are a clan of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, then you'll need to find a saddler and make them an offer. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel in the 1,000 column. You mean 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind of coin. Converting to gil, that comes to around 1 million or so. Mayhap if we all pitch in. No, this is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the cost. I'll find the money somehow. In that case... That basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier. 1 pel in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. That's a nice gesture. But you think I can turn 100 pel into 1 million? That's 10,000 times more. We need 10,000 pel, not 1 million, so we're looking at 100 times more. Oh right, I panicked and got confused with Alphanaz million gil. I'm not so sure about this trading idea. You were almost talking to buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments ago after you arrived. But I just... I hate it when you're right. And let me help with you with your deal making. Oh, hello again, Mablu, I work here as a ranch hand, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's alright if I aid them now, yes? I guided the claimants towards the first step of the feat, like you asked. As long as Wuklamat goes alone to capture her alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whomever she likes. Hooray! Let's see about getting you that saddle then, Third Promise. I don't know why you made your offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargains. Welcome aboard, Mablu. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? It may be a bit easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Yes, stay here and pitch in with a wrench mark. With Mablu gone, I'll need extra hands to tend to the alpacas. Gladly, although, Elita, I think you should go with Wuklamat. You've seen markets and bazaars the world over, and surely have sage advice to share. In that case, you should also hold on to the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or soiled in some way, you'll have nothing to bargain with. As if I'd do such a thing, but I'll leave the wool with Elita anyway. The better to keep my hands free. To begin, I suggest we try trading the wool to Havel, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give us an idea of how much he'll accept for his wares. Tending the alpacas, are we? I had some experience of that when I was younger. I have every confidence you'll come back with the saddle. I'd worry if it was just Buklamat, but it sounds like Mabu knows a thing or two about trading. Turning 100 pel of wool worth into 10,000 for a saddle is exactly the kind of suggestion I'd expect from the head of a merchant clan. Mabu hasn't given up, I see. Is it really possible to make 100 times what that wool is worth just by through trading? This is the artisan who makes our taming saddles. Something I could do for you? We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. A saddle, is it? And how will you be paying for it? With this basket of fine alpaca wool. What use does a saddle master have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. And what might that be? Mezcal. I'd like to nurse a cup at day's end while I expect my finished work. Give me a jug full of quality stuff, and you've got yourself a deal. This bodes well for us, third promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. Hold on. Did you say third promise? Then my offer has changed. The saddle is going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business prosper. Zora Jal will go to war, and his cavalry will need saddles, lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, Third Promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. Can't say that I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when clans were at war. Many of those Pelu pray for your victory, Waklamat. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors, and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Still, others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity, and crave the future Second Promise envisions. They become obsessed with innovations like the dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. And you have those like Havli, convinced that the First Promise's plans for conquest will offer them opportunities for great profit. But what about you, Mablu? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. Oh, I was raised on old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like when the Yok-Yoi ruled our village. That's why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawn Servant to keep our nation from going back the way it was. Well then, I guess I'd better make sure I win the contest. But the type of mezcal a saddle maker wants is so expensive. Weren't we expecting to need at least 10,000 pel from the outset? Nothing's changed. We just need to get on with it. I may not have a head for trade or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up with a piece of Tulioli on the line. Then neither will I. I will make you Dawn Servant. Aiming for that 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration. So let's first try exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. Of course, the Weaver! Bull Nock was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision, and he was here to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now let's head back to that road where we first met him. As you can see, only the finest leather from my saddles. Oh, another fate has appeared just up that way.
this where you met the Weaver? This is the spot. After Bold Knock talked to us, he walked off to the south. And then he was probably going to Igor's Inn. Most visitors to Warwick end up staying there. Let's go and check, shall we? I hope he's willing to offer us something wonderful in exchange. Ah, we meet again. But wait, weren't you all on your way to Warpello? Can I have that basket, Elita? A basket of standard quality wool you received from Tubby, worth 1 pel in the hundreds column. Thanks. Now let's see if we can turn a profit. Well, Nock, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? Third promise. You wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is all about? I see. So the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal. Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Peace in Tyrell is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I prefer that the one pledged to preserve that peace win the throne. Thus I do humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. That's very generous, Bullnock. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have every faith in you, Third Promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. I can't believe you quadrupled your investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. Only because Elita remembered our weaver friend. All I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading, one which you've instinctively mastered. You think so? I know so. Now, let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Here, Elita, you take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Erenvel would never let me hear the end of it. All set, our next deal is waiting to be found. Success, you traded 100 pel basket of alpaca wool for 500 pel wool poncho. We turned 100 pel into 500. I know it's only 5 times more, but it feels like 500 times more. Levering connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho
will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. That makes sense. But how do we know if someone needs a poncho? They aren't wearing one? That's the obvious answer, isn't it? We look for a person without a poncho, and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go. We find a demand for our supply. So where should we begin looking for a search for prospective buyers? There are any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the inn. There might be interested travellers. Who here needs a poncho? A lot of Mamoja hardly wear anything to begin with. Those are probably Landsguard or sellswords. Mamoja who soldier for a living prefer not to wear much above the waist. It hampers their movements. So even if they have bared shoulders, Mamoja carrying arms can be struck off the list. Tell me, who among these gathered travellers do you think might be amenable to a proposal? So, professional fighters like those of the Landsguard would have little interest, though the same could be said of any Tyrell who prioritizes ease of movement for their work. Let's see, no coat or cloak, but also no weapon. Oh, we might have a winner. Oh there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. Oh, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here and barely escaped with my skills intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Tuliolo, and was dressed quite smartly, all the better to show the Pelu I'm a man who takes pride in appearance, and therefore his work as well. But now look at me. Well, sir, this is your lucky day. What a splendid poncho! This would be the perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part with it if you'd like to make a trade, for one of your fine tools, perhaps. What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. The blade looks sharp, the haft well made. I'd value it at 1 pel in the thousands column. Oh, from 500 to 1,000. We have a deal. Wonderful. Such a fine garment such as this should put me in even footing with any Pelu merchant. Like the Eponius owner of Miplu Mate Garden, for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate, and I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter, I have other wares to sell. Glad I am to have met you. Did you hear that? We've already found our next buyer. To Miplu's Mate Garden we go. Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. These ones will be the camp type, right? So secretary traded a 500 pel whole poncho for 1,000 pel hatchet.
We are going on a journey. No fates nearby. Here we go again, riding alpacas. Well, done recognizing that toolmaker as a potential customer. If you were mind to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. We've been doing so well. Even Tobli would have to agree. Uklamat steels herself for the ride to find your next trading partner. Before we get moving, you should be the one to hold on to this. With that, I suppose we should hop on the alpacas Mablu has so kindly provided. If I'm going to catch a wild alpaca after this, I can't be shying away from the tame ones. Not that I'm scared of them, you understand, or their nasty, disgusting, foul-smelling spit. Ready to go? Let's mount up. Begin the alpaca ride. And it's off to the mate fields we go. Please don't spit, please don't spit. You'll be fine, these ones are accustomed to people. I still don't trust them. You have a knack for riding, no matter what you say. Without our alpaca friends, we Pelu could never become travelling merchant. Can you imagine walking all the way across Tural? I swear that mountain is too tall to be real. Wokozomo, wasn't that the name? A forbidden sight, isn't it? I've never appreciated it up close. You have to take a long way around the cliffs to get there, to the highlands belonging to the Yokhoi. So Mablu, you said you were learning about the peddler profession. You don't care for ranch work? No, I love it. I love working with alpacas. But being a peddler has always been a dream of mine. It's just, I'm not sure I have the talent for it. If I can help you buy the taming saddle though, then it'd be proof that I can do this after all. In that case, you best get ready to be a merchant. Look, we're almost there. We made it, and without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to Ivkova's inn, so we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn Servant, weren't you, Third Promise? That I was. Then perhaps you understand I was an orphan too, you see. Tobley took me in. He took in all the ranch hands, actually. All of them? Yes, and everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your saddle if you're going to prepare for the Feat of Gold. As it's mate harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets. Add to Wuklamat's way of people, we should have no trouble making a favourable deal. That's Miplu herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the Third Promise and let's get to bargaining.
Did you give the hatchet back to Wooklemat? We should let her do the talking. To what do I owe this honor? You have that little axe for me? Thanks. Now to see what we can get for it. You're Meeplu, owner of these fields. I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Well, well. A third promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have on offer? This hatchet, formed by a seasoned artisan, the razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. The quality is acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack of mati leaves in exchange. A sack of mati leaves is valued at 1 pel in the thousands column, the exact same price as the hatchet. The deal would bring us no closer to the mescal. If I may, Mistress Meeplu, it's harvesting season, is it not? Does the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample bunch of tools well in advance. We've missed the window for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way, a generous deal here will put you in the third promise's good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration. I do not wish to give offence, but I must tell you that I stand with the second promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives. I believe including farming, and I will no longer have need of hatchets. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Wooklemat. That is why I am prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair given your reasons, but we ourselves will be no better off for the transaction. How about this then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Konoha's reforms come about, I can always use more hands in the fields. Then you can go ahead and add our labour to the bargain. Added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you like, Maplu. Elita and I have Mati together. Oh no, I'm helping too. Off to the fields then, and mind you pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. I wasn't sure Meeplu would bite, but it goes to show that you never know until you try. Have you ever seen someone picking mati leaves? I imagine the opportunities to see such are few and far between. Where is our other friend? Is that one over there? There we go. This one's also growing healthily. Did you see how Wooklemat came to my rescue there? She really is good with people.
Good, I don't see any pests. You brought me some leaves then? Sizable pile of freshly harvested matty leaves. An acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fared before I make any decisions, though. Here, we've brought our share as well. Thank you, Third Promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now it's time to honour mine. After adding the value of your labour to the price of the hatchet, I am prepared to offer you a full sack of our highest grade matty leaves. Premium matty, bought at the shop. One sack of those would cost no less than £5 in the thousands column. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. Mablu, what's wrong? It's as I was saying before. Even after everything Tubley's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. But then I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Tubley to accept my decision then? So you intend to give up then? I can't. After getting a taste of real trade, I want to be a merchant more than ever. Then you'll just have to be honest. I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tyrell's peace, and becoming Dawn's servant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tubley held the same opinion, so talk to him. You're right, it's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for the advice. But first, we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next then? We try to trade our tea leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel? No, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight for the premium mezcal. Bargain our way into double the value, eh? Think you can do it? Trust me, I will make this trade work. I admire you, Third Promise. Your holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring.
Am I really holding my own against Kona and Zoral Ja? I mean, of course I am. I am Wuklamat of the Dawn's Promise, after all. Nice. Success. You created a 1,000 pel hatchet for a 5,000 pel stack of top grade matty leaves. I've never been one to take it slow. Once I have a goal in mind, it's full speed ahead. That's who I am. Wuklamat has her eye on a jug of premium mezcal. Before we go, let me give you the matty leaves. I don't need to risk proving Erenvel's point. Ready then? On to our next stop is the Mezcal Distillery. Ugh, the smell of mezcal is overpowering. Those fumes alone are making me dizzy. We want to speak with a man by the name of Gobul. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as the master of the craft. He knows the value of his product, so if we're going to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information. That means asking around and taking in the gossip. If you could talk to people here in the distillery, Elita, perhaps Wuklamat could do the same at the village entrance. Meanwhile, I'll head to the north side and see what I can learn. Me? I'm a chef from Tuliola. I come here to buy Gobley's mezcal for the finest in Tural, according to my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself. I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so addled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It would be nice to have less potent refreshments during such conversations, else I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangement. His spirits are excellent, I agree, but they are simply too strong for me. There's not much I can say about Gobley, but I can tell you what Gobley's been saying. The other day, he was muttering about the monsters prowling around. I gave Jaws. That's the field where they gather ingredients for mezcal. Their presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients, and thus driving up the price of his product. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. Can't rightly bring joy to people if you keep making the thing they love. Hiring mercenaries to come and call the threats would eat into profits. I bet Gobley would be glad to find less expensive solutions. Gobley might be a deft hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumour has it he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though, it'll be left out of some perch. Most Pelu have at least one set of especially fine garments. The success of a deal can hinge on how you present yourself, so it pays to dress to impress. Oh, there is a nearby fate that I can go to. Okay. Every secret, every odyssey, hunters unfold, always the truth to find. So put that to there. Two more. So, what did you find out? Oh, we can make use of all those tidbits. A deal as good as sealed. As for me, I found out where Gobley is working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go on ahead and I'll bring Luke Lamat. You have business with me, madame? Why don't we talk down below so as not to distract the alpaca from its work? Now, what's this about? Keep it brief, if you would. I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal, assuming you have any on hand, that is. An excellent choice. I must warn you, though, it doesn't come cheap. We don't have Pel, but we can offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top-grade stuff, like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are all well and good, but I don't have any use for them. No deal, just like that. Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal? Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? Let's hold on to that one. We may need to consider our timing. Let's hold on to that one. We may need to consider our timing. I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, a Hubigo chef, is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like mate tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. Ah, you're right, absolutely right. I had noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hubigo friend, but did not realize I myself was ever to be a better host. Still, with that added value in mind, no second is worth the mezcal you're after. Should we offer to kill the monsters causing them trouble? Not yet, we'll keep that card up our sleeve until we need it. As I expect you're aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait, could it be that your rumoured invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes, I must admit I am still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honour and opportunity if I could secure the deal. Well, I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared. And first impressions last. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you walk into Volok's Shunsa. It would be such a shame to miss this chance of a lifetime simply for want of proper garments. That it would. Are you saying you have garments to offer? Something ideal for court? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing, an introduction to a weaver. His name is Bolnock, and his works are highly regarded in Tulioli. As a supporter of Wuklamak and keen observer of palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. That is certainly a tempting proposal, and one of which I should like to take full advantage, but the scales still aren't quite balancing. Say, weren't there monsters running amok in Agave Jaws? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly, I have been most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factoring that in saved expense and an introduction to a trusted weaver, this is shaping up to sound like a good bargain. Alright, you have a deal. Yes, I knew that you'd come around. Give us a moment and Elita and I will take care of those prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introductory letter to Bolnock. The fields you're looking for are just north of Guachapelo. Be safe. Please be careful out there. That young woman is one formidable trader.
That should be a cave jaws just over there. This'll go faster if we split up. Come and find me once you've finished clearing out your share of the pests. Compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Come on, let's head back to the distillery. All's left is to give Mablu the stack of leaves so he can seal the deal. That was another plate over in that direction.
Switch to Sage. Get Sage leveled up as well. Those monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now, if I could just have the sack of leaves. A large sack of premium mat leaves you receiving. Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Gobley. Here are the Matty leaves and a legend introduction to Ball Knock as agreed. Then the deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Yes, we finally have the mezcal. Great work, especially you, Mablu. You were the one that inspired me to come this far, Third Promise, but let's not celebrate till we have saddle in hand. Mablu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand, for now. Should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. Yay. Master Gobley's praise makes me confident I can be a peddler after all. Well, a bit more confident than before, at least. I'm satisfied with our trade, and I trust you are too. Should you have need of more mezcal, you know who to come to. Uclumat in the saddle. Uclumat is ready to return to Havli. Even at the palace, I don't think I've held a 10,000 pel jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you'd better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Luckily, Havli's place is not that far. We just have to head across the plaza. Third Promise looks ready to chase the mezcal now. My price is fine. Now bring me a jug of premium mezcal or go bargain with another saddle maker. This is it. The trade we've been working towards. Phew, still in one piece. Right, time to make our deal. Get your tools ready, saddler. We've brought your precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug, but you had nothing, a few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for negotiation. Although I'd sooner aid no claimant but Zohorja, I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelu Pelu. A trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, third promise. Great. Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't take long. Your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time of it with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. Ah, I could taste that smooth mezcal already. We did it! The saddle is ours! And to think we started with only a 100-pound basket of alpaca wool. Mablo, you are going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you. It makes me so happy. Glad to hear you say that, third promise. We got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. Yay! So that was the third promise. She's not the spoiled, untested daughter I was expecting. Let's tell them the good news. It looks like everyone's been pitching in with the alpacas. You've been away for some time. I assume trading was productive? I made the mistake of starting one and caught a glob of spittle for my trouble. I'm beginning to understand Wuklumut's aversion to the animals. Topley and Erinville have been teaching us how to care for alpacas. One gentle girl ate the feed straight from my hand. You've acquired a saddle then? Yes, and in no small part thanks to Mablu. Before you rush off to catch an alpaca, though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wild-born friends so you can practice. I know. This is something I need to learn. Great sunken gods, I did it! He hardly seemed bothered, much less inclined to spit. as if he was completely accepting of Lukmanat's touch. That's because of the singular scent with which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. You know, I've never taken a good long look at you before, but you're actually kinda cute. You're only noticing that? So, Ja, he's back. What the heck? Having done exactly what he set out to do. How come he's got a flipping golden one? What? That alpaca he's brought, is it just me or is it glowing? I've heard tales of such a beast. They say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows it's better. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours, Muklamat. Strength alone won't win our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the Golden City, and then Tural can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and the hopelessness firsthand. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict, the wages of war's merciless nature, these are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tulioli all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth they have basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war as not tragedy but opportunity. Thus does the resilient son seek to provide education. He offers much needed lessons in the realities of conquest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. 'Tis true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace. But I have seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawned and the ruins it left behind. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. The oppressed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over all with a threat of force alone. This is why Gula Jaja did not elevate the Mamulja, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He would unite not only Tulio, but the star in its entirety. What? Why? I need not explain myself to you. Oh, well done indeed. The first promise has completed the feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much-deserved keystone? He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even with Kona, now. It's like we're not even family. I could never agree with Zoral Ja. I want Tulio to be a land of peace, now and always. A golden alpaca in the flesh, like a golden city. I thought them a children's tale. Zoral Ja is willing to go to war for his twisted vision of peace, but should he achieve this peace, then what? What kind of idiot thinks the world can be united with war? Even most Garleans have since realized that their conquests were a mistake. So much of our own star has begun to embrace reconciliation and rebuild, and this would-be warlord would thrust us all back into turmoil. We cannot allow it to happen. I'll ponder Zoral Ja and his mysteries later. Right now I need to think about finishing the Feet of Gold. I have my saddle, I practiced how to use it, so lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. The valley of Orinkura is south-northwest of here. Come on everyone, even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Wuklemat off on her hunt. Nablu's right. The least we can do is let Wuklemat know we're cheering for her. Alakara is a steep and treacherous place, so only those with the head ledger's blessing are permitted to go there. Zoral Ja may have caught his alpaca first, but that doesn't mean Wuklemat's out of the run. She can do this. I've never set foot beyond this point. The valley is said to be home to fiends far more ferocious than spitting alpacas. How deep do you think the valley is? I glanced over the edge on the way here, but the mist was too thick to even speculate. Oh, there is a fate just nearby. Do this and I get increased my speed here if it's the same as usual. Ah, what in the... You there, passing traveller, I need your help. The pasture is overrun with urokami and they're eating everything in sight. This grass has all the necessary nutrients for our alpacas to grow up healthy and strong. We can't let the bugs have it. Please will you exterminate them? Thank you so much. I can do this. I know I can.
Good luck there, Promise!
Thanks. I'll need it. Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too. Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Wooklamart is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shaitana from Shak Tural? Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlayan. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking. And I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the rite of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
She'll be back. Don't you worry about her.
Wait. Do you hear that?
I did it!
You're utterly spent, and small wonder.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
We're here for quite some time. I'm glad Wuklemat was able to catch her alpaca, and Erenville choosing to share his story with us was a welcome surprise. Alphanel was quick to lend a hand with dismantling the tent. Is this to be his new obsession when he's mastered collecting firewood? Thanks to Alphanel and his healing hands, I can actually stand again, maybe even walk. Wuklemat had no serious injuries to speak of, however she had clearly been pushed to the very limits of her endurance. I spoke too much. If Wuklemat is up to it, we should be heading back to Tobli. I'm so relieved the Third Promise came back to us safely, and the alpaca she tamed is healthy looking piece. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feet of God. Wuklemat. Maplu is minded to rush ahead to the village. Wuklemat still seems a bit unsteady on her feet, hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away the fatigue like magic though? Matty tea. I'll run to the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way you can take your time and the tea will be ready when you arrive. As Mablu so wisely suggested, we shall set a slower pace for our exhausted Third Promise. Or we could just teleport there. Just saying. Came back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea then. Wuklemat can't be that far behind. Oh, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. I see you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas, what grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, their adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown kind of fond of them. Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? Yes, there is no mistaking a valley alpaca. I commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it! Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Zoral Ja did. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpaca are born but once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Only a single other person is known to have caught one before, that being Gulul Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too? So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tuliyola, in a time when the mountain giants, the Yokyoi, held their people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days, to hear grandfather tell it. And along came the young Gulul Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of the Dawn Servant. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure equal to Yokyoi in stature, and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Gulul Jaja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from cups of mati tea we offered him, and grew sombre when he learned of our plight. None could have anticipated what their visitor decided to do next. Gulul Jaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelu Pelu from the Yokyu's subjugation. He then turned an appraising eye towards the riders, and proposed we take the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who had travelled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the clans. So it was that a few words from Gulul Jaja transformed us into a clan of iterant merchants. I've never heard the bond Papa forged with the Pelu Pelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed. And you may not know that Gulul Jaja sought a sure-footed guide for his trek up to the highlands. Thus did he capture a golden alpaca. So both my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures, while an ordinary one was the best I could manage. The feat required no more than that, Third Promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Mablu's right. You have a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades, and brought joy to many people in the true Pelu Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishments which earned you your keystone. Do not eat it. It is not a candy. So this is what they look like. Go on, set it in the tablet. A perfect fit. That leaves 6 more. You're well on your way, Third Promise. We'd have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Pelu people and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Lukumat. You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever say. Topli, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide. Yet never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mablu. It gladdens me to hear you found a calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure of it. Thank you, Topli. What did I tell you, Mablu? There's one last thing I can help you with, Third Promise. You'll need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to the Yokhoi. They once ruled over far more than Upagaracha and Pelupelu. 1,000 years ago they were the overlords of Yogg-Taral and all its peoples. During that era, the Pelupelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yokhoi have to tell us? They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into the legend, how the legend originated. We lose nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow this path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Oh, Cryo, I have a question I've been meaning to ask, and since we'd finished with the feet, where did you acquire that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes, pieces like it first became fashionable in Yogg-Taral around 20 years ago. Since then it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago? Right around the time when my grandfather made his journey. Yet the Dawn Servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there's more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I would appreciate that very much, thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, eh, Mablu? Right then, let's head back to Tulioli and get ready to search for the next elector. Farewell for now, and thanks for all your help. I will become Dawn's servant, so make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. She has a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought a golden alpaca to heal. But you've heard Jazz supporters talk. They might see opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating, terrifying even. Whereas I've grown to love Wuk-Lamat. Everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Mablu. You might be right. Nom. I never dared hope we would find a lead for this earring mystery so quickly. Four-legged troubles aside, Wuk-Lamat completed the feat and earned a keystone. That's all that matters. The Yokhoi once ruled the eternity of Yok-Tiral. I'm curious to see what has become of them. I expected as much from the moment I saw him, but winning the contest against Zoral will not be easy. It feels good to have the feat of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales beside Zoral Ja and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me, and gods know you've been so supportive, but I want to be strong, or wise like my brothers, to be a promise that people respect. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on about things. Let's move on. Back to Zebriatea with us. The contest has hardly begun. Zebriatea is truly a wonder of the culinary world. The golden alpaca. Alone I may have tried to attack the beast myself. I've heard there are hot springs in Urupuga, mayhap time permitting. The Pelu remind me of a Lalafell, never letting their size slow them down or hold them back. They move at their own pace, making their textiles and mezcal, and raise alpacas to bear them to market. Neither Connor nor Baksha appear to be in Peso. I imagine they're around here somewhere, making progress even as we are. And just like that, we found an elector and won our first keystone. I knew I was right to trust your instincts. Come on, let's keep things moving and march towards Kozumuka. Chances are good we'll find an elector there as well. Before we do anything, however, we should see what your patient Hanu friend has to say.
going to temporarily stop there for now and get something to eat, because I've been on this pretty much all day, and although I don't feel hungry, I should eat something. Bye for now, darling. Bye.